All right, it looks like we are live. Hello, welcome back to my game engine streaming development thing. I'm making a game engine, and that's what you're gonna watch. So I didn't stream yesterday. I decided to take some time and do something else. When we left off the day before yesterday, we got the refactor pretty much finished. The refactor being the refactor where we transitioned from using classes as namespaces, which was my old and bad way of sharing data between CPP files and systems, and moving to a more sustainable approach of doing namespaces as namespaces, believe it or not. But then also making sure that we've got internal implementation details taken outside of the public headers. And it took a little bit to kind of figure out what a good scheme would be for transitioning the stuff that was inside of the public headers outside and putting them into private locations. I pulled Reddit, and got some suggestions about, or I asked Reddit about some suggestions for naming things. This is probably one of the cases though where I didn't wind up getting a whole bunch of useful information because I probably phrased my question badly. I was trying to get some ideas for how you might name implementation headers or headers that are containing the private components of systems. But everybody thought I was asking about object-oriented style class headers, which is, I'm doing a procedural functioning approach for this engine for the most part. So those answers didn't really apply. But it did get me thinking about how to handle this, and I think I have got a pretty decent solution, which I've started implementing in the last 3 minutes. Basically, I had the thought that I don't actually need a separate include folder. I just need a separate subfolder. Previously, I had an include, and then I had an include underscore editor, and that included that was the path to include for protected information for the editor for the launcher applications to be able to see internal details of the game engine. And the reason why I had it inside of its own include folder was because the game projects, I didn't want them to see the internal details. But then I had a brainwave that when I finally get to shipping this game anyway, or when I finally get to shipping this game, the enterprise internal stuff, I don't have to copy that to the installation location anyway, because the launcher and the editor are already built at that point. So realizing that, I realized that I can actually put other folders inside of my include folder, my include path, and the only the stuff that I specify should be copied during an installation of the engine will be. So my new scheme then is that I have an enterprise folder. So you would normally say, include enterprise slash, and then if there's a header that should be used in the should be used inside of the editor or inside of the engine code itself, because it contains private stuff. I have an enterprise internal folder, and I think this is going to make it a little bit easier to follow. So there's a couple of rules to this scheme. I might as well write them down. Part of why I'm doing this is to document my work anyway. So basically, if there's a public interface, which by which I mean visible to the game projects, it belongs inside of the include enterprise folder. So this is the basic rule. This is something that just surprises nobody. It's the way I've always done it. It's the way that most libraries always do their includes. What's new is this. I'm going to say protected interface. Which is going to be the stuff that's invisible internally and visible to the editor and the launcher. All of that's going to belong in include slash enterprise internal. So when we're working with stuff that we need to hide from the game scope, but we want to be visible in the editor and launcher scope, we will put it inside of the protected interface. Protected interface headers for rule 3. Protected interface headers match the name and position, or I'd say that they match the path from enterprise folder. Or I should say they mirror the path. And by this I mean a file that's located inside of include enterprise directly as a private mirror or a protected mirror in include enterprise internal slash application.h. Hope this is making sense so far. Okay, and there's only 2 more rules if I'm remembering correctly. Any protected interface with a public counterpart must include the public counterpart. So application.h inside of the internal folder will include the regular application.h inside of the regular enterprise folder. Hope that's making sense. So the idea is that if I want just the public stuff, I'll say enterprise / whatever. If I want the public and the internal stuff, I'll do enterprise internal. Because enterprise internal or the enterprise internal folder stuff, that also includes the public stuff. So if I go to application.h, the first thing application.h inside of enterprise internal includes is application.h from the public interface. So we get this nice simplification of the code where we're not including more than one of the same thing. That is, we don't have more than one include for application.h, for example. And then I can quickly just go inside of application.h, see what's inside of in here for the public stuff. Then I can spot, okay, there's also a public header, and we're declaring the quit method up here. And I think that will make it really straightforward for me to follow what's happening when I go back to read the code, but also make it more straightforward to add code. I can basically say, okay, turns out that I need more stuff in here. I need the protected data in here instead of just the public interface. I can just go up to the header and say enterprise internal instead of having to add an additional line or something like that. Cool. Awesome. And there's one more rule. If I need to have both a public and a protected for a header, so if I needed to have a application.h and an enterprise internal application.h, then all private members go inside of the protected header. So this rule here is meant to avoid confusion with headers that are located inside the source folder. So there will be some cases where there's going to be headers that I don't want to be included in, where I don't want them to be visible to the editor or the launcher layer either. Stuff that's just purely for the sake of compiling the engine library. In those cases, we're going to follow the same rule as before, where we just put the header inside of the source folder alongside the source, and then that stuff will be visible to the source folder, and it won't be part of the path that we include for any of the other projects. And that keeps things pretty organized. If you have one of those headers, then you shouldn't have a public or a protected header. I think that's just going to simplify things quite a bit. So if it's internal, so in other words, you can either have internal only private, where it's not visible to the editor or launcher, or you have the you put it inside of the enterprise internal folder. If that makes sense. I had thought about maybe just making it a rule that we put every internal header inside of Enterprise Internal. But I think that might be a little too limiting. There's going to be implementation details that are just not important to the editor or the launcher layer, and I can protect myself in the future by not making them visible there. But cool. Yeah, I think we're all set, rules-wise. Let me go ahead and just save this somewhere so I have it. Cool. And I'll leave it open in case I want to refer back to it. Cool. All right. And let's get back to it. Yeah, so I was just in the middle of transitioning to that scheme. So I've got a number of files that still have the name _implementation on them. I got to change those back, and then I got to move any of them that are still living in the source folder into the enterprise internal if necessary. So application.h, there was an internal version of it. Still a little bit groggy. All right, so what did I leave out? Configuring incomplete, errors occurred, rebuilding. Okay, eSoftware Enterprise Engine source is not a prefix of file eSoftware Engine. Okay, so there's an issue with time.h inside of CMake lists. Right, because I'm moving that outside of the source folder and putting it into the internal protected headers. So that belongs there. Okay, still got a problem. What's that? Well, application's not in the application subdirectory anymore. So that's one. Cool, and that build system seems to have generated it correctly. But will it compile? I wonder if anybody remembers in the early days of YouTube, the YouTube channel Will It Blend? Basically just a guy who took any arbitrary object and he stuck it in a blender to show that it could be to show how good his blender was. Hey, what's up? How's it going? I keep forgetting to put my Twitch overlay up so I can see your chat on my screen. It's going all right. I took a day off from the engine yesterday and had some time to mull over how to wrap up this refactor, and so I'm implementing that now. The gist of it is, if you are just tuning in, the gist of it is that we are doing away with underscore implementation, and we're doing away with include underscore editor. And I've now got a subdirectory inside of include called enterprise internal. It occurred to me that I don't need to have a separate include folder for this, because when you go to install the game engine on like a binary distribution, this simply just won't be copied, and so it won't be visible to game project for that reason. So I think we're all good on that. Might need to move my microphone a little closer. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, how's your day going so far? Been nice. Have good progress on E-Dyn Array 2 and tried to touch Vulkan again. Nice. How's that array looking? And you're not calling it a vector, by the way? E-Dyn Array 2 is the name of the type. Okay. There's file underscore implementation.h. That's going to be moved into include enterprise internal. Yep, and then same thing with input implementation.h. Bam, yep. Events implementation.h. Final events. Console implementation.h. Console. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and deal with console the way that I have been. There's a big change coming to console soon, but not today. Graphics implementation. And already got input. Then there's scene manager. State manager. And I guess we already got time. It can reallocate when in place pushback single element, but not yet unable to insert. Not yet able to insert a range of elements. Yeah, since vector is more math geometry, I think vector. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's something that always confused me when I was getting started, was like picking up on the context clues that would indicate whether they're talking about the mathematical vector and the dynamically sized array type, because it's like it is really dumb if you think about it. They call it a vector, and it like outside of programming, outside of like C++ style programming, like I've never heard of the term vector being used that way to mean a dynamically sized array. It's a weird choice, because everybody in mathematics for hundreds of years or something had been using the term vector for the actual direction and magnitude thing in mathematics, and then they decided to call the dynamically sized array a vector. Yeah, so probably good that you're doing that, but on the other hand, you have to also consider how clear is it to folks who are looking at your code, what it does, and if you're doing a vector replacement, might be worth considering continuing the tradition of misnaming it. Yeah, not able to insert a range of elements. Yeah, if you got one element in the internal reallocation process working, then it shouldn't be too long before you have the other. At some point, I've got to try my hand at Vulkan, but not today, I don't think. Since I've started this game engine, I've kind of gotten more interested in graphics programming, but not really, to be honest. Graphics programming is, cool stuff, but I feel like I would probably need to be more of an artist for it to be as interesting to me. Like thinking about things like blend functions and stuff like that. Like those are sorts of things that you'd appreciate better if you're an artist, I think. But yeah, I get a kick out of graphics, but it's not my cup of tea for for. It's not the sort of thing I like to do for fun. I suspect that for the first games made with this engine, I'm going to be borrowing a lot from the free Reddit free assets subreddit. I don't know if you've seen reddit.com/r/game assets. It's an amazing community. Basically, a bunch of artists will they'll post things that they want that they're allowing the community to use for free in their games, which is really rad. Like, look at this. Hey, here's a free 2D dungeon asset pack with 1,000 sprites, and these are really high quality sprites, and the guys just made them available for free. That's dope, right? That's really nice. But yeah, I think I'll probably be doing stuff like that instead of doing my own art. Okay, so console.h should be located in core. So I'll need to add a new folder to Enterprise Internal called core. Yep. Application, events, file, graphics, input, scene manager, state manager, time. Okay. Okay, there's just one more, it looks like, and that's window implementation.h. That should be... Do we have a public window.h? Engine include enterprise. Yes, we do. It's in the top level. So let's put that into the top level of enterprise internal and get rid of that tag. There we go. Yeah, I'm feeling way better about this organization of internal headers. Or protected headers. Programmer's problem, don't know how to draw and compose music. Yeah. Thankfully I have the audio side down. I'm trained as a sound designer and a composer. That's my primary career path. But yeah, doing visual art, that's tough for me. I spend hours agonizing over like tiny little design decisions visually. Like before I came up with the Enterprise logo. This guy. Like before I came up with this, like I had agonized over it forever, and I like sent it off to friends and said, "What do you think of this? What do you think of that?" And then eventually got to a point where we had this cool E shape. But I probably should have. It probably would have been better for me to just hire somebody to do that. To actually just get somebody online to graphic design me a good logo. Because that's just, I'm terribly inefficient at it. Okay. I think we're off to a good start. If I go to, let me search for implementation headers. I will need to change out. We'll need to rename some of these. Yeah, so there's source, core, console, So anything that ends in implementation in the CMake list, we got to move. Yeah. Okay. And those are going to go in here. And I'll organize them in a minute. But yeah, we've got all the implementation headers in here. I'll want them to follow the same form as the regular headers. We've got core stuff, application stuff, foundation stuff. Yeah. So actually, I'm just going to copy those names. Well, I don't really want to spend too much longer on this. I do want to make sure that I've got a sustainable system going before I move on, because I don't want to be revisiting this refactor. What you have in mind after refactored systems, continue working on the inspector? Yeah. We're going to be working on specifically the extension to the scene files that we were talking about before, because the when we went to do the rotation on the yaw, we encountered that problem where translating to and from Euler rotations, to and from quaternion rotations every frame was causing weird translation issues, and so we kind of decided that we were going to do two versions of the rotation inside of the scene file, which required that the editor have lower level access to the file system to reading and writing scene files. So I decided that that's why we wanted to get this situation sorted out, so that I have an easy way for the editor to access that private stuff. And that's going to be way easier after this is done. But yeah, it's going to be basically getting that rotation stuff worked up so that it'll work correctly inside of the inspector. And then we'll move on to other inspector things. Okay. So ECS systems. There's not any protected headers for ECS systems, but I'll leave the header there for now. Okay, so time belongs up here. Console belongs up here. Application up here. Okay, so we got time, events, file, input, and graphics are interface systems. Window is part of graphics, so that belongs up here. All right, cool. That's a little bit more organized. Yeah. Cool. And then I can just get rid of all of the implementation stuff, and then I need to put these into a correct path. So we're going to be in include enterprise internal / whatever. think that's all right. Let's save. And that should trigger a regeneration. Cannot find source file, source core console.h. Oh, I forgot to name this one. Cannot find graphics / window.h. Oh, because that's not inside it. That's top level. That's why. Yeah. Okay, and then that generated the build system correctly. Now we need to worry about correcting the paths inside of the game code. Yeah, so that's going to be all of these. Yeah, so we'll need to do a little bit of manual cut and paste. Enterprise internal input graphics state manager, perfect. And then file is now enterprise internal / file.h. Yeah, and then are you gonna still yell at me? All right, good. And then we've got these guys. Bam. And then get rid of the underscore implementation business. Basic system headers are at the top level, so I get rid of the intermediate folder name. Yeah. Cannot open enterprise internal scene manager / scene manager.h. Okay, so IntelliSense is just a little behind. All right, there we go. Good. This guy can just be like so. And the rest of them, it probably would be easier for me to just search and replace for them directly. Or maybe not. And file was one. So file / yeah. Graphics was another. And then what else? What else was there? Events window input. I'll just do the rest of these by hand. Core console .h, yeah, and events. So we'll do enterprise internal / events .h. Enterprise internal / state manager.h. Good. And then we're doing top level for window.h. Top level for these systems as well. Yep, and yep. All right. I think that's everything. The last things to consider before I try my first compilation would be to make sure that these internal headers include their public counterparts. And then because these are going to be included in the editor as well, I want to change all of these to be using angle brackets inside of this folder. So I can probably just find them all using the search and replace. We'll just include the include/enterprise internal folder. So these are all the instances where we include with quotes. And so I'll just find them real quick and change them. Oops, like that. On all of the build systems that I test Enterprise in, it doesn't matter whether you use angle brackets or quotes, but I know that some systems will require that you use angle brackets to get stuff out of your include paths versus getting them out of your source folder. So I'm in the practice of making sure that that I'm using quotes for stuff that's inside the source folder, or that's used internally exclusively, and angle brackets for stuff that's only brought in from the include paths. It also just makes it a little bit more clear what you're doing, or where a header is coming from, or in this case, where it's going. Anyway, got those brackets ready to go. But yeah, now we just need to make sure that they're all right. So this file we need to include enterprise/time. Got state manager here. I need to include C manager here. We got input.h, which I'm now going to put that as a higher level include. Graphics.h, file.h. Events.h, application.h. Console, does console have a... Yeah, we have an internal and we have a public. This one's a little bit more awkward because it already includes core.h, and core.h includes the public console.h. However, I don't think I actually need either of these includes for console.h. So let me confirm that. Okay, and I think, oh, I just got these last couple. Runtime, we'll need to include. Wait, no, runtime is got no public counterpart, so that's fine. It's just got the protected. Same thing with game module dying. And then CMD options has one. Okay, F7. Let's see what I've broken. Still thinking. I'll be really impressed if I didn't miss a single thing. But let's be real, I probably missed something. Oh, making it quite a ways. So probably there's going to be a linker error at some point. Or no, we've successfully compiled and linked the engine libraries. That's interesting. Oh wow, I apparently got it all in a single go. I got all the files moved and renamed, and the build system regenerated, and all the include paths, and it didn't miss a one. That's impressive from my perspective. I almost never do that. Just confirming nothing crashes when I go to load the game module. Doesn't look like it. Cool. All right, so let me just quickly glance through, make sure I haven't forgotten something obvious. It doesn't look like it. Do I have any implementation files I haven't thought about? No. All of my files that had implementation in the header name, those are all now renamed and moved to the correct location. And just taking a glance through my git diff. Yeah, it's all looking good. Inside of the source directory, we no longer have... We're no longer setting up private headers this way, and that's what we want. There will probably be private headers going forward, but I haven't added any yet. They're all just split between the enterprise and the enterprise internal headers. So this is the stuff that's visible to the engine, launcher, and editor. This is the stuff that's visible to the game projects only. Or visible to everything, including the game projects, I should say. Cool. So now the last parts of this refactor we need to worry about is making sure that we are actually taking advantage of the fact that we have namespaces now. So before I move on, I will go ahead and add a commit that will show that'll take this new namespace system. And then after that, we will move out a lot of the stuff that we have been pooling up into individual headers. In particular, things like graphics.h, which is just massive, because up until now, we've had to put all of this stuff inside of a single class. I should probably run cling format on the whole folder just to be safe. Can I do that from here? Format. Huh. Maybe there's a command for it. Unfortunately, there's no way to apply cling format recursively, blah, 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 blah. Luckily, there's a solution. Grab all the file names with a find command and pipe them in, for example, if you want to format blah, 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 blah. Okay. Is this for... additional discussion? I think the find command works the same in PowerShell. I'm clicking the link and it says that it's going, but it's taking forever. This probably also will fail to compile on Mac OS because I kind of need to build on my MacBook in order to confirm that. But yeah, let's quickly do Oh, it's Xargs, not PowerShell. Oh, okay. This might be just for terminal. Playing format -i -style. I don't need to provide style in my case. But can you do that? Can you just do playing format *cpp *h? This one's got more than about twice as many upvotes. Okay, so this would do an entire folder, but not recursively. Okay. Would this work in CMD maybe? Maybe Bash? Python not found. Run without arguments to install from the Microsoft Store. Do I not have Python installed? Why would I need the Python to do it? Is find a Python command? Or is Clang format itself Python powered? That doesn't make sense. This is literally a copy and paste from that Xarg's Linux. Yeah, find his console command for macOS and Linux, I believe. Yeah, but doesn't it? Can't I then use that in Bash? Doesn't this add those commands? I guess maybe not. Yeah, so let's. I guess we'll have to learn a little bit about PowerShell. And redo this in PowerShell. I use PowerShell and CMD so rarely that some of the commands like find and whatever. Hey Joel, thanks for lurking. That one I could actually use some of these advanced things like searching and replacing. I always have to spend a while. I've got a few complicated shell scripts, like when I go to gen docs for Windows, I actually do a rather complicated PowerShell command that I authored for the sake of wrapping all of my markdown files in the EP namespace, so that way it automatically generates links correctly, even when you don't specify EP : whatever. Okay, so is it literally then just find command? No, this actually finds commands. Okay. Find script find. Okay. That's interesting. So get child item then. Okay. Let's search for that. Okay, here we go. By default, get child item, list the mode, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so get child item, recurse, and then for each. For each? Trying to make a PowerShell command. Oh, this is the command that does for every single one. All right. So in this case then, oops, I wanted to make changes to my command. So this would be get item, oops, get child item, and then recurse, and then we can get a specific extension, uses the path parameter to specify, okay, get child items in the current directory and subdirectories. This example displays .txt files. Yeah, no problem, what's up? I'm just glad to have some company. Okay, so you would do dash path and then whatever you're looking for. It looks like that takes wildcards. So I should be able to do 2 stars for, maybe not. Okay, so there's filter and then path. So path will give me locations. So I can specify more than one location. So we'll say dash recurse, then we'll say path. Well, for completeness sake, I'll do path first. So we'll do path and then a list of paths. So we're going to be looking at the editor / source editor / include. Wait, no, editor doesn't have an include. So we'll do editor / source engine / source engine / include, and then okay, so I don't actually need more than 1 star. I just need the 1 star. Oh, so I don't need filters at all, actually. I can just do /star.h and then okay. Like so. Editor source. Can I do more than 1 though? It'd be great if I didn't have to do. Okay. This might not be the prim and proper way to do this, but I think it'll work. Okay. Oh, it's probably going to make me do backslashes. I don't know what Microsoft was thinking when they said, we're going to do slashes the other direction. There's no good reason for doing backslashes in your paths. Good item. Let's confirm that that actually works. Positional parameter cannot be found that accepts argument engine source star.h. That was the very first one. Do I have to do dots? Do I have to put these in quotes? I don't understand. At some point, I've got to actually sit down and properly learn PowerShell. But I use it so rarely that... Okay, seems to not be complaining when I just do a single path. So maybe the issue is that I am providing multiple paths the wrong way. Because it accepts an array of strings, right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what this means. Oh, I have to comma separate them. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, and let's confirm that I've got all the files that I want. Cool. And then now that I've got them, I can pipe them. Because I think I can just do for each object and then do clang format on it. Right, for each object, we do clang format, and then clang format -I and then the object. All right, this example gets the value of the path property for all install. Blah. That's not right. Is member name. I just want the variable that gets me the. I just want to get the name of the file that I'm piping in. That's all I want. For each file name within your lib, you can do the following. So it's this $_ and then you can get things out of it. Okay, so $_ represents the current object within the for each object script block. It will contain all the properties of the object returned by child item. You can effectively see all the properties by using, okay, and then you can pass in one of these. And in this case, I need full name. What kind of genre of game do you want to do with Enterprise first? That's, I've been giving that some thought. Because I'm going to need a way for me to test every important aspect of the engine, and I probably will want to commit those tests to the repository, so that way when I go to make a change, I can confirm rather quickly that everything's working. So one thought I had was that I could actually come up with a game idea that actually covered all of the core features of the system, and then commit that. I'm kind of digressing off of that idea and probably just going to do straight up like a test game state where you can flick between game states that test out the various features. However, the first game project that I want to do, I really want to flex the engine's muscles a little bit. So I think something that's simulation based would work pretty well for it, because like one of the one of the fundamental benefits of the system that I'm coming up with is the extensibility of the ECS system. So the idea of making something where like a whole bunch of like large scale simulations occur where moderately complex game logic plays out in a simulation style, that might be a good way to go. That doesn't really jive too well with the kinds of games I like to play. The kinds of games I like to play are like indie action adventure stuff, so like platformers or Metroidvanias in particular. Like my Twitch handle is MorphBallMichael because of a gag that occurred while I was playing Metroid with a friend on stream. Metroidvanias are some of the best games, in my opinion. It's one of the best genres, even though it's been done to death. So I don't know. I'm still on the fence about that, but I think I'll probably do something that requires me to do some advanced simulation stuff, because that's the thing that I really need to try out the most, if that makes sense. Let me first print out the full name to the console, make sure it does what I think it does. Doesn't seem to be. Do I need to say echo or something? Okay. Guess not. Oh, do I need to do a block? Hang on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so name just gets me the name itself. I do need the full path though, so full name. There we go. This gives me the list of all of the headers and CPP files I care about. And then from here I can pass that into Clang. Oops, no, I need to do that in here. I can pass it into Clang format -I, and then pass in the name. Problem while looking for Clang format in the Chromium source tree. That's annoying. Where's my Clang format? Wait. What is all this? Where's all my files? What's up with what's everything doing? What is happening with everything? Everything is like listing 2 folders or files like a bajillion times. And now it's crashed. What? Something is wrong with my everything. Okay, it seems to be doing a little bit better. When I go to filter, when I go to sort by date modified, something weird happens. All right, can I find my Clang format now? Huh. All right, so my my thing is broken. I'm not sure what's going on with that. But do I not have Clang format? Problem while looking for Clang format. Okay, so I gotta specify the full path to Clang format for some reason. C depot tools. Sounds like I probably have to do some additional setup to use Clang format inside of PowerShell. Oh my gosh, this is frustrating. Let me just do C depot tools / Clang format, or depot _ tools. There we go. All right. So it's now going through and applying cling format to every single one of my files. I'm assuming. Yeah. All right. Cool. So we should be in a position now where we can just commit. All right. Where am I at? An hour and a half? Yeah. Took a lot longer than I thought it would, but here we are. All right. Yeah. F7, make sure everything builds. All right, so cling format appears to have been already applied to most of those files. Cool. All right, so let's add files and get moving. Yep. Okay, there were some changes made through a search and replace to my markdown files, so I'm going to actually quickly confirm that my generated documentation works correctly. So I'm running the gendoc script, which produces the HTML documentation from my Doxygen comments and all the rest. I'm just confirming that these changes didn't break any links. Yeah, register CMD line option. Yep, alright, those seem to be working fine. And there's also the check and get CMD line option. Those seem to be linking fine as well. Good, okay, so that's good to commit. Oh, hang on. Okay, yeah, the launcher's working. Runtime.cpp. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, nothing's changed in test game that we care about. So that's all fine. And then I need to skip inclusion of changes to renderer 2D, because that's that's stuff that's optional, that I've only added for the sake of being able to see things in the editor, without having to bind shaders. And we'll address that correctly later. Okay, yeah, that's a lot of a lot of files. 77 files committed in this refactor. All right, and we're still not entirely done, but this gets us the transition from namespaces, and the next commit will be the reorganization of those monolithic headers. Actually, this is kind of pithy, but this accurately describes everything we've done. So let's add that. Cool. All right. Awesome. And now we've got the hard part done. So now it's the easy reorganization stuff. So now that we've got the everything all now that we've got everything all like way better organized, we can start breaking down some of these monolithic headers. So this is the public stuff. This is the protected stuff. Inside of graphics.h, this is probably the first one I want to look at breaking down. We've got all of these functions for various aspects of the graphics system that could be in their own headers. So we'll go into the graphics folder. We're going to add a shaders.h. This is going to include all of the shader API declarations, and any protected state that we need for the shaders.cpp will go inside of the new enterprise internal thing. Cool. So I can basically just scroll down until I get to uniform buffers, Control X, and then paste. Now all of this is going to need to be inside of the correct namespace. So we'll say namespace EP graphics, and then Cling format will hopefully add the correct namespace at the end. I guess it didn't. I'm a little confused as to why sometimes Clang skips adding the comment on the last namespace, and sometimes it gets it. But cool. This is all stuff that's declared for use inside of the graphics system publicly. Shader variant map is a very useful type that basically associates the program name hash and the options that are used to set it up with some other type. So I actually make this publicly available in case a developer wants to associate something with every variant of it, of one of their shaders. So that's looking good. Save that. And then instead of having to include all of this when you're dealing with shader code, you can just include this. Good. And then uniform buffers. So let's add a uniform buffer header now. New file, uniform buffers.h. Pragma once, and then namespace EP graphics. And then we can cut all of the uniform buffer API and put it in here. Okay, now in order for this to work, we do need the EP API stuff. Oh, did we not need that for shaders.h? That's interesting. Yeah. Oh, you know what? IntelliSense is being weird on these files because I haven't added them to CMake lists. So yeah, I'll worry about that in a minute. But I do need to include enterprise. Yeah, I'll get all the stuff copied into their headers, and then I'll add to CMake, and then I can use IntelliSense to quickly set up the required includes. Cool. Now we're on to textures. Textures will be here. Textures.h. And this boilerplate is going to be in the remaining headers as well. So let me just copy this whole thing, and then do all the header names first, and then copy over the contents after. Okay, vertex arrays is next. And then it's frame buffers. Okay, frame buffers, no capitalization. Then there's rendering state stuff. So this is like pushing, popping cameras, setting the model matrix, setting the blend mode, depth test, and all that. I wonder if I even want to put this in its own header. Set blend mode, set depth test, set. Because if I moved this into a header, what would it be? It would be include enterprise graphics render state or something like that. I don't know. I'll back burner that item for now, and I'll just leave them inside of graphics.h until I come up with a reason to move it into its own header. So let's cut out all the texture stuff. Here, Control X, and then textures, we can just paste it. Cool. And then vertex arrays. all that stuff goes into here. And we'll worry about the squiggles in a minute. And then frame buffer stuff. Did I accidentally cut the frame buffer? Oh, here we go. This guy. Awesome. And then that leaves us with the rendering state stuff, which I don't know if I want to put this in its own header yet, but yeah, I'll just leave that as it is. Cool. So let's save on all of these. And then let's go to CMake lists. Oops. And then we need to add these headers. So underneath graphics, instead of just doing graphics.h and graphics.h or graphics/opengl.h, we've now got these other helper headers. So let me scroll up so I can see them. And then we'll start adding them. Include enterprise graphics. So we got the frame buffers, shaders, textures, uniform buffers, vertex arrays to do. Cool. So now if I save and reconfigure, I should say. Cool. And now inside of these headers, we can start to use IntelliSense correctly. Okay, so this is requesting access to the texture filter type. This is requesting access to, there's going to be a hierarchy to these. What's in graphics.cpp? Basically the core call stuff. Yeah, so all this stuff can be declared inside of a graphics.h internal. And all this stuff can move into the internal versions of these other headers. Okay, we're off to a good start. I'm gonna take a break for a little bit. I'll be back in like, I don't know, 10-15 minutes. Alrighty, I'm back. Cool. Alright, so where do we leave off? I actually completely forgot where we left off. Yeah, we were splitting off the files inside of... Right, we were splitting off the monolithic graphics.h header into the more palatable API-specific headers. So we got framebuffers.h and whatever. And then we needed to get their dependencies figured out. Previously, excuse me. Previously, all of these type dependencies were resolved through the fact that these were all part of the same class. They are not now. So we need texture filter, image format, and a couple of other types to be available inside of multiple headers. Image format is a frame buffer thing, so it makes sense for it to be declared here. Where else do I use it? using framebuffers.cpp, opengl.h, and framebuffers.h. So inside of opengl.h, well, for starters, opengl.h should probably be moved into the enterprise internal folder, so that way it's not part of the API exposed to games. But so that it is also available inside of the editor project. Yeah, so let's move this header over. Okay, so we'll need a new folder here. Right click, new folder, graphics. So now we have a place for internal graphics headers. All right. And then CMake lists. Gotta move that over. So this is no longer part of the public headers. This is now going to be part of the protected headers. Down here. And then any place that was including the file, we need to tell it to look inside of enterprise internal now instead. Cool, F7. Okay, so that's regender our build system. We're still going to have some compilation errors because we still have to deal with these dependencies. I can actually get rid of using frame buffer handle. Okay, now all that's left is these 4 warnings. I'll replace this with handle FB. And there we go. So I'm trying to decide in my head where I want to declare these types, because some of the types need to be used in the headers. I could, for example, do like a graphics types header or something, and then have all my type defs and structs and things inside of that header that's included by all the rest. I don't like that very much. So I don't know. Let's take a look at some of the issues. Instead of graphics.h, we had an extern per camera global UB declaration. That was a uniform buffer handle type. That is, of course, declared in the uniform buffer header. I need to move this stuff out into an internal version of those public headers, because that's where they belong. If we think about it, these dependencies would be resolved by having the types declared in the public header available in the internal header. Let's do that. Okay. So inside here, we'll need to do uniform buffers.h. Frame buffers, shaders, textures, vertex arrays. Is that all of it? Frame buffers, shaders, textures, uniform buffers, vertex arrays. Yes, okay. And then we need to do UV graphics. Control A, Control C, and paste into these. Good. And then we need to include the parent or the public. Okay. Okay, and then CMake lists. We got to add those new headers, and I will just copy them from here in the public stuff and paste them into the private stuff, and then just add the internal designation to the path and save. Okay, so the build system is generated. That's mistyped. And then we can start copying in things from graphics.h, the internal one. Here. All right. So shader stuff, this stuff belongs in the internal shaders.h. We'll worry about the types in a minute. Okay. Uniform buffer stuff belongs in uniform buffers .h. Vertex array stuff. It's actually just this one for the moment. Frame buffer stuff. Like that. And then the core call stuff, this belongs in here. Cool. I no longer need GLM. And I actually no longer need core. I just need the parent graphics.h for this header, which is nice. Okay. Part of me is wondering whether I even need a public graphics.h. Because when you're working inside of a game project, like if you're making your own renderer, you could do EP graphics, whatever, from any of these headers. You can just do graphics / the thing you need. Perhaps what I'll do is I'll do graphics.h as a header that's just to make it simple to include all the other headers. I know that Google literally has a rule against this. In their style guide. And I do pay attention to the style guides of these big software companies. Even if I don't necessarily follow their rules. I do want to abide by my own rules, but I do inform my rule choices based off of what these other companies have done. Base logging. They if a source or header file refers to a symbol defined elsewhere, the file should directly include a header file which properly intends to provide a declaration and definition of that symbol. Do not rely on transitive inclusions. This allows people to remove no longer needed include statements from their headers without breaking clients. The idea here is that you don't want to you don't want to have a C++ file depend on another header, including a header that you need. So if I was to do a graphics.h, a public graphics.h that implemented, that basically just like automatically included all of this, then it's something that I wouldn't use in any of my own code. It would just be like a nice to have to make it simple to get started for game projects. You could argue though that if I had a graphics.h that just automatically included the whole rest of this folder, you could argue that that would encourage folks to not include what they need. So yeah, I'm a little bit on the fence about that. Let's take a look at what the renderer 2D header has. It's like a super bare bones header, and we can take a look at the kinds of things that it uses from graphics.h. So it uses texture handles. So the textures header would be needed. it doesn't really need much else in this case. We do need vertex array handles, so we do need the vertex arrays header, but really it's just those two things. How about renderer 2d.cpp? Yeah, vertex arrays again. Shaders. I do have public headers that include all the small parts for users, but not used internally, probably just for fast prototyping. Yeah, and that's something like that. If I do that, if I do graphics that includes all of those others, that would be the only reason why I would do that. Would be to make it quick and easy to set up something. And that's and that's nothing to scoff at, but I also want to encourage good coding practices with my API. So I'm torn about that. I don't know how useful have you found doing that in your own code? Do you think it's worth the worth doing? Yeah, so in this renderer, we're using shaders, textures, vertex arrays, and that's about it. You could imagine a renderer using frame buffers, but mostly it's going to be shaders, textures, uniform buffers, and vertex arrays. That's actually 4 out of the 5 public headers. Yeah, you know what? I'll do a graphics.h that includes the others. I think that'll be helpful. But now I need to find a better home for these items. I'm not really sure what category. I've been calling these rendering state, but it feels like there's maybe a better name for something I could use for a header for these items. We've got push camera, we've got set camera, pop camera. So manipulations of the transformations. Oh, transformations, that might be a good word. I'm not sure, but I see many libraries do that. Users probably know that they should do with those headers if they learn C++ properly. Yeah, that's yeah, trust users, I guess. Yeah, that's the thing, I don't trust anybody. I think that if you give them an inch to do something wrong, then they'll do something wrong. But yeah, I don't know. I think that in this is a situation where, like, if they include graphics.h and they're not actually using all of the stuff that's inside, what real damage is there in this case? They just have like maybe longer compilation times slightly for like a couple of translation units. So I think that's probably okay. Yeah, but I'm a pessimist. I don't think people are smart, good, or anything in between. A person can be smart, but people are dumb, panicky animals. Yeah, so these items here, set model matrix, set camera, and all that, this all has to do with setting the transformations inside of the shaders. This stuff here, blend mode, backface culling, whatever, this is just straight up rendering state. these things might not actually belong inside the same header file. There does seem to be kind of a line between them. In fact, you could argue that blend mode is like a property that relates enough to frame buffers to be inside of framebuffer.h. I'm gonna take and put all of this stuff inside of a header called transforms.h. I think that's a good name for it. So we're inside of the include, the public include. Let's add new file, transforms.h. And then from here, we'll cut all of this stuff out and do the boilerplate. Yeah. Okay, save. If I ever do get any folks picking up and using this engine, it'll probably be folks who are relatively new to programming, like students would be the category of folks that would be interested in this engine, I think. I'm keeping that in mind, that I want to make sure that everything is really simple, even to a person who doesn't really know C++ all that well. Yeah, this stuff is good. Let's add this file to CMake lists. All right, so inside of the public headers, we'll add it here. Cool. Yeah. Let me include. Oh, what's up with you? You're not doing the. There we go. And we'll do include enterprise. Huh, that's interesting. It's IntelliSense is not picking up on this file right yet. Include enterprise graphics transforms. Strange. Yeah, so this should be IntelliSense incorrectly, but it's not. Let me try to build. Yeah, it's interesting. Cannot open source file enterprise core shared library exports. Is that the wrong? Maybe it fixed the IntelliSense, but not. No, it's still not picking up the enterprise folder for some reason. Whatever. Backburner that for a moment. This stuff here, blend mode, set blend mode, set depth test, set backbase calling. Blend mode doesn't really apply to frame buffers. I think that is global. If I'm remembering correctly. Hey Goku, welcome in. We are taking on a related refactor. We've got to the point where we've got all of the classes moved to namespaces now. So now we're using namespaces correctly instead of using classes. But now I'm breaking out some of my monolithic API headers, which used to be really long because I needed to have them all inside of the system class, which you can't do partial definitions in C++. So we're fixing that now. How's your day going so far? OpenTK, nice. I haven't used OpenTK myself, but from what I understand, like the commands are like really simple analogs to the actual OpenGL calls when you look at the GL documentation. So it's real popular. Have you got your plane working? OpenGL doesn't support C#. That's right. Yeah, it's a C API. OpenTK though is a real popular for .NET applications and C# stuff. Yeah, I don't believe that any of this is associated with frame buffer handles. Or sorry, not that stuff. The stuff in graphics.h, this stuff. So this could probably be inside of its own header. I'm thinking of the size of the game window I should make. Yeah. The process of like if you actually make like a robust game, like the process of deciding your window size and window resolution, you can actually there's actually a whole bunch of robust sort of boilerplate code that you'll have to write to make it like really nice for the user. What I use is when I'm in the middle of setting something up and I don't really want to fuss with all of that, I just set it up for 720p because I've got a 1080p monitor. So that's a 1280 by 720 is the resolution that I use by default. And it's actually the resolution I'm using on the Windows for my engine so far. Soon enough, I'm going to need to get the editor to be a little bit friendlier with storing its resize. Because I don't know if you've noticed this, but every time I go to launch the editor, it actually starts out at the same size, the 720p size. And it doesn't actually remember where I placed it on the screen or whether I've maximized it or whatever. But those are all kind of nice to haves, to be honest. So they're on hold until I've got more of the editor working. Yeah, so it's clear I'm going to need to put this stuff in a new header. I just don't know what what category these things fall into. Is there anything in here that I need to worry about? Viewports and frame buffer resizes. All of this stuff belongs inside of the frame buffer API. This doesn't really have a home. I'll just do a header that's like render state or something. So inside of the public includes, I'll add a new file. Maybe modes. Blend mode, depth test, states. I'll call it modes for now. And then we'll cut all of this into modes.h. Okay. And then I'll need to move these definitions into an associated CPP file. But yeah, cool. So we did it a little bit. We've got all of the declarations that were in the monolithic file split off into their own header files. They're still broken. We gotta correct some dependencies on them, but it seems like we're off to a good start. So the function of this file is literally just going to be to include the other graphics stuff. So we're going to be including enterprise / graphics / all these headers, just so that somebody who just wants to hack a graphics API together can, without having to include all of these things separately. Okay. And that's literally going to be the entirety of this file. Because the purpose of this file is for developers to use, I might put in some documentation in comments, but I'm gonna save that for later if I ever do that. When I go to finally actually release version 1, or a minimum viable product as a binary build, I will have to do a once over on all the code and all the public facing code and make sure that it's easy to understand. And at that point, that's when I would start to do documentation on game-specific headers. All right, so modes.h, let's add it to the headers here. Graphics. Modes.h. Cool. And then once that's finished, I should have access to include enterprise. Why is it not including? I'm not getting the path to enterprise in my include paths. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. KW to close all. Because this should be part of my source paths now. If I go to my CMake lists, engine headers is used for 3 things. It's to install the headers into the install location when you ship the binary editor. It's used to populate the source. Where is it down here? It's added to the library's compilation stuff, and yeah, I'm not sure. My fix to these kinds of issues was to use CLion in the past. I've heard great things about CLion. I haven't tried it yet. CMake list parsing problems happened to me a few times in VS Code. Yeah, I don't know. It seems to be generating all right. It says build systems have been written to, and this warning here about not finding package config, that's a warning generated by one of my vendor dependencies. I haven't gone in and fixed its CMake file yet, but apparently it's working. It's based around CMake. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard that CMake projects tend to work really well in CLion. I just haven't given it a shot yet. But yeah, for this problem, I don't understand why. Yeah. VS Code and Visual Studio have been pretty good reacting to changes to my CMake so far, but there's a couple of places where IntelliSense is like really slow. Yeah. I'm gonna do a delete cache and reconfigure just in case that's screwing me up. Okay. All right, let's give this a shot. Okay, so there's clearly some kind of a problem. Let me do the path. I believe it's shared library exports.h. Right? Shared library. Yeah, include enterprise core shared library exports.h. This should be resolving the EP API call. Or the declaration, at least. Yeah, I've started to kind of use VS Code for everything, for the most part. There's a couple of places, for example, where I'm not using C++, or I'm editing content files. Is CLion very good at doing stuff that's outside of your CMake project? Like, if you have YAML files you need to edit, does it have good YAML editing? Or XML or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty good. It inherits all the extensions from the IntelliJ family of editors, so you get very good plugins for that kind of stuff. That's nice. Yeah, I probably won't switch over for this project in the future. Like on some other future project, like I might give it a shot when I'm setting things up. Hello, Yolan TV. Do you think it's possible to develop a flexible AI solution for a game in a simple manner? I've seen some with 40 to 60 classes for an AI solution. I don't know if it's the bare minimum for this. Yeah, 40 to 60 class. I mean, saying bare minimum is maybe a little bit missing the point. I'm not an experienced AI developer, but for AI in games, almost all of them are basically finite state machines. So a lot of times what you'll do with finite state machines in these situations is that you'll use the, there's a developer pattern called, and I'm having a brain fart here, I think it's just called the. I don't know. I think it might just be the state pattern or whatever. Basically, the idea is that you make a base class for each state, and then you take and extend that class so that it can be dynamically swapped through polymorphism at runtime. And so each one of those modes of an AI would have its own class. So you might see proliferation on some AI in that sense, but AI doesn't have to be complicated. In fact, some of the best AI in history, in video game history, have been really simple. If you take a look at the Goomba in in Mario, a Goomba's job is to walk forward and even fall into pits if it finds a pit. So it's like you don't have to do very complicated things to make a fun or good AI. But if you're interested in making that, interested in learning that stuff, I would take a look at the state pattern. This guy, I'll throw it in the chat. Bam. And that'll kind of get you an idea of like how and why you might have class proliferation. Anyway, yeah, sorry I've been kind of glossing over your comments, Brainsman. I've just been talking while you've been chatting. Going back to review what you wrote. Got it for free while I was just doing the price is certainly steep for the CSV editor inside of CLion. Yeah, it's just the fact that having your editor wrapped around the very idea of C++, that's having, yeah, exactly. Here, I'll stop shelling for JetBrains. Yeah. Yeah, totally on. Yeah, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was doing an implementation for this. Oops. Control Z, Control X, paste. Yeah. There we go. Namespace, EP, graphics. Whoop, graphics. Yeah, having good dedicated tools is great. I started out this project in Visual Studio and Xcode, and I used Premake to generate those projects. But I wound up having fairly complex requirements for my editor, launcher, and dynamic and static versions of my engine library. Like a whole bunch of targets I needed to play together pretty well, so I wound up switching over to CMake, and it made things a bit simpler. There's probably a good enough way to do it in Premake, but I don't know. I used Premake for a good long while, and I kind of just stopped. I stopped liking it. It does a better job generating Xcode projects. I'll say that. Like, if you generate an Xcode project from CMake, it doesn't generate an Xcode workspace. It just generates the project itself, and that works. But there's some advantages for making a separate project file for each target, and that's just not the way that CMake does it. Okay, saving that, and let's make sure that I've added the CPP file to headers. Yeah, AI is one that I don't I don't really have much experience programming AI, but it's one that I don't imagine I would like very much. At some point here, I'm going to need to start doing some AI within this engine, or at least start considering the needs of AI programmers. Oh, whoops, this is the wrong place. Okay. I need to go to the source, down here, graphics window, frame buffers. Underneath frame buffers, we'll add Oh, are you working now? That's weird. All I did was... What? I made a change that should have nothing to do with the headers. I just added a CPP file and moved the implementation of these into that CPP file. But now all of a sudden, I'm not getting any warnings for the... Okay, I guess it was maybe just a weird, wacky Visual Studio thing, or Visual Studio Code thing. I should still be seeing a bunch of errors, but the include paths should be available. Yeah. Okay. So if I was to go to framebuffers.h, for example, I should be able to, from here, include enterprise. Yeah, now it's showing up. I don't know why it didn't before. And do the shared library exports for the EP API stuff. All right. Cool. All right. This is getting a little crowded. So let's do, I'll just go through each of the headers one by one. Inside of engine, include, and regular enterprise graphics. Frame buffers has a dependency on image format and texture filter. That's stuff that we have separated for some reason, and I can't remember why. Where do I have this type def? Oh no, it is. It's declared right above. So why are you... There's image format. There's where I need it. What's going on with this? Unknown type texture filter? Oh, the warning is for texture filter, not image format. It's just off by a line because I added a line. Where's my texture filter then? I guess that's in texture filters.h or textures.h. So I guess frame buffers. I guess it makes sense for frame buffers to kind of have a dependency on textures because frame buffers are basically just attached textures to the frame buffer and then you take those textures out. It's an API centered around textures a little bit. So I will go ahead and just include enterprise graphics textures.h for this header. And that should take care of these types, probably, hopefully, F7. Hey Miguel, how's it going? And then textures.h. Textures.h also needs EP API. I'm a little bit late. Yeah, that's all right. I won't tell anyone. Oh, and I need GLM for this specific. Okay. And in textures.h, I will need include enterprise. Oh, that's weird. I got the same... Oh, there it goes. It's probably just because we're still building the other thing on the other side. I'm learning CMake. That's cool. Yeah, CMake was one that I put off for too long myself. This is actually technically my first project using it, though I have since completed other projects using it. It basically should just be the way that you do portable C++ now. But yes, the syntax is super confusing. It's a goddamn scripting language. Like you can script a whole bunch of stuff in it, and it gets really confusing because it's like, yeah, I mean, like it basically should be done in another language. Like I think it would be better if it was done in like Lua or Python or something. because it just tries to do too much. But it's what everybody uses. It does everything very well. It's got a steep learning curve for sure. Yeah, I was going to do core/shared library exports. And that'll take care of the EP API stuff down here. I also need hash names, so let's get that. Actually, it'd be easier just to do core.h on these. No, I'll do the individual files first. Okay. All right, we're getting it figured out. Yeah, the what resources are you using to learn CMake, by the way? I'm asking because I know that there's a lot of really dated resources that kind of tell you how to do things the wrong way, or in an old-fashioned way that probably shouldn't be in circulation anymore. No member named resize variable with FBs and EP graphics. This is inside of the engine window .cpp. Craig Scott, Professional CMake Impression. Yes, that is a good book. Been using mostly YouTube. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of good things on YouTube, but I found that the ones that actually did modern CMake very well were kind of obtuse. There's a particular talk that I'm thinking of that you might want to check out. I think it was from CPPCon. I'm trying to remember. I think it was this one. I think it was Effective CMake.
Washington State Red.
And I really need to get premium again. But yeah, I think it was this one.
This module here, each identifier.
Yeah.
We give it which variable.
Yeah, the Daniel Pfeiffer talk. This is a pretty good one. It's fairly long, but it's a very good one. Oh yeah, CPP Now is a pretty good channel as well. You know, that's weird. I didn't subscribe to it. I thought I had, because it kept suggesting these videos for me, but I guess I forgot to. But yeah, the Daniel Pfeiffer talk is pretty good. But yeah, the book in particular, the Craig Scott book that What's Up recommended, that's a very good one. Yeah, I'm a little confused by this. Graphics, resize variable with FBs. is not visible. I guess I'm including the internal graphics.h now, which in turn includes the public graphics.h, which includes all the rest of the stuff, frame buffers and so on. So we should have the frame buffer calls in here. So why am I not? So we got resize frame buffer. Oh, because this is the private now, and I've got the new scheme going. Now let me do that. Or no, I've got it. Right. Okay. I'm remembering now how this all fit into my original plan. So we actually do need to do the frame buffers internal directly. This raises a fair question though. What my previous scheme before was that I would do enterprise internal / whatever as the internal header, and the internal header would always also include the public header. So you just include the internal one, and it includes all the public stuff as well. However, I'm wondering whether graphics.h should do the same thing, because graphics.h internally includes all of these core calls. Like this is the stuff that updates the system. And I'm wondering whether it makes sense for this to also include graphics.h. Because wherever I'm including this, there's actually nothing from this header that I would want to automatically include. Yeah, I'm going to remove that. And then when I do the internal graphics.h, I'll do internal graphics / anything else I need as well. I still think this is a good arrangement, a good organizational system, but it's going to take me a little while to get into the swing of using it. Okay. So in vertex arrays.cpp, yeah, now we're getting all the warnings from all the other files. So we needed graphics.h for some reason. I don't remember why. This actually might not apply anymore. I might not even need it. Actually, I don't think this applies anymore. I can just get rid of it. But for the other stuff, though, I do need the internal shaders.h. Include enterprise internal / graphics / shaders. I need actually all the warnings from this file are from the shader stuff, though I might have more warnings now that I've gotten rid of graphics.h. We'll see. Okay, that actually fully resolved that file. In modes.cpp, we'll need the OpenGL stuff. So we'll do enterprise internal / graphics / OpenGL.h. We need actually, I think that's all we need. In textures.cpp, we need the shader stuff. After learning CMake, I've been thinking about using SFML for my very first project. Do you think it's a good idea? Well, in order to use OpenGL, you kind of need to set up a whole bunch of stuff. I've never used SFML myself, so I don't really have any thoughts on it. If your goal is to just learn OpenGL or like start to do stuff in OpenGL, I probably would recommend GLFW first, because it does the windowing stuff and that's it, for the most part. I think it does like input stuff as well, but like it gets you going on. It gets you a working OpenGL context in an OpenGL window very quickly. But yeah, I don't really have too many thoughts on SFML. I've never used it. Okay, I think this is probably covered now. Okay. Uniform buffers.cpp, use of undeclared identifier per camera, global UV struct. Okay. I have a feeling I'm going to need to cut a lot of this include out of files, so I'm just going to find them real quick. The application needs it. Runtime needs it, yeah. Frame buffers. I don't think frame buffers needs it. Graphics.cpp, of course, needs it. Shaders, I don't think shaders needs it. Neither does uniform buffers. Or window. Window 132. Does window need it? I don't think it does. I'm going to comment it out real quick and see if that generates any errors. This whole thing that I'm going through right now is the reason why you want to start with best coding practices and not push it off till later. This is tech debt. This is, yeah. This is why planning is important. Okay, so it does look like we don't need graphics.h in this one either. So we include graphics.h in application, which needs it to invoke its core calls. And then in runtime, which also needs it to invoke its core calls, and graphics.cpp to implement the core calls. Yeah, all right, we're all good on these. All right, so on uniform buffers.cpp, we need the per camera global UV struct, which comes from include enterprise internal graphics uniform buffers.h. For some reason, I hadn't already included uniform buffers.h in this file. Not sure why. GLM graphics, yeah, and this is a CPP file, so I can do quotes. Cool. Okay, and then inside of R2D sprites, we've got a warning about graphics set model matrix not being in the namespace, so oh, that's because I haven't added the include. for transforms yet. All right. Do I even have... Did I even add transforms to CMake lists? No. I added the header. I didn't add the source file. In fact, I haven't added the source file. So let's add that. And it looks like I had put the push camera and set camera and all that stuff inside of the uniform buffers.cpp, which is a bad place for it. Cut. Okay. And now I need to add the CPP file, which I did. I just need to save and reconfigure. Cool. And now we've got definitions in here. Per camera, global UB data stack is undefined. Right, because I need the include enterprise internal graphics uniform buffers. I do quite like this arrangement. Now that I've actually gone and been using the internal header folder for a while. I think that this does make things really clear and easy to understand, and I can quickly code the correct include in places. So I think that this is a good system. Declaration is incompatible with void EP graphics push camera. Why is that? Oh, it's compatible. We just don't have shared library exports added. We also need GLM. All right. Still building. There we go. X memory, no matching constructor for EP graphics per camera global UB struct. Yeah, I've got to let me finish getting the requirements for these headers added, So we'll do include enterprise internal core, enterprise core shared library exports, and then I need hash names as well. Is it hash names or hash name? Hash names is what the header is called. I need nothing else. That should be fine. So that's uniform buffers.h. And then here's the internal one. It needs the GLM. It needs actually that's basically it. Just needs GLM, and then we need GLM mat forecast. So I think that's an extension. I just don't remember. Okay, yeah, so we have to include the quaternion extension for that to be available. Right. And that should be that. We need assertions, so I'll include that. And that should be that for this file. F7. Okay. Use of undeclared identifier EP fatal. So that's referring to inside of the EP assert macro. The assertion implementation has something called EP fatal. Apparently that's not being defined, but the assertion is. I'm not really clear as to how on earth that could be. This is part of EP fatal is part of the console. Enterprise core exceptions. Huh. So at some point, I don't really get it. It doesn't look like we have the console header included inside of assertions.h. But if that was the case the whole time, then I don't know why this wasn't a problem before. Because I've been building successfully with this implementation, and I don't think that I had changed these includes in my last commit. Let me take a look at my history real quick. I can get history for this file. Let me look at the second to last commit. View assertions. Yeah, I don't really have a good explanation for that, for why this was compiling and stopped. Okay, well I guess I'll need to include the header, but it doesn't look like I just made a change to remove the header on accident, so there must have been some kind of configuration detail which prevented this from actually being expressed in code anywhere. That's my best guess. But let's go ahead and add the console to the assertions.h. Hopefully that should resolve that particular problem. Okay, we've got a lot of success on these compilations so far. Surely something will break, though. I don't think I've gotten everything yet. Oh, holy crap, I think it actually might finish compiling. That'd be nice. Oh, there we go. There's some errors. Alright, what do we got? Shaders.h. Yeah, shaders.h I don't have any of the requirements yet. So we'll include enterprise core shared library exports to get the PAPI macro. And then template std map should have those already. Oh no, we do have an error saying no template named map, so I do need to include it. And we also need set, which I think is just in set. Yeah. Map set. We need hash names. We need strings. Yeah. Alright, so that should be shaders.h. We actually don't have complaints from other headers or compilation units yet, so let's rebuild and see if there are any. One huge perk is that once this is all done, I can modify these headers without destroying a whole bunch of translation units. As it was, any change to the graphics.h header affected like a whole bunch of translation units. Literally anything that might use graphic stuff. And now I can break this down so it'll only affect specific translation units. There's nothing on the screen? You mean that you're not seeing my view? Oh, that's weird. That's my, I only had the one desktop, I thought. That maybe I pressed the wrong key. Yeah, I've only got the one desktop going. Okay, that was weird. I just clicked on display capture, and every time I do that, it just refreshes the view. I think that was an OBS bug. How long has it been like that? That's weird. This whole time I've been using hashnames.h and it didn't actually include string. But it's been functional. That's really weird. I'm not really sure about that. Framebuffers.h, that makes sense because I just created that header and I still have to add some of the missing headers, but yeah, a little strange that hashnames didn't include std string. My best guess is that something went wrong when my computer was trying to do a whole bunch of things at once. It was trying to compile, and I was launching the core temp application. Okay. Textures.h also is missing std string. Okay, let's try building that. That wallpaper, by the way, is a screenshot from probably the best animated television series I've ever seen, which is Arcane on Netflix. If you haven't seen it, please watch it. Okay, so far so good. I haven't seen it, heard good things, but too lazy. Yeah, it's particularly great. I'm not like some kind of a film snob or whatever, but like Arcane, like it had no right to be as good as it was. Like a video game based anime show that's a Netflix exclusive, like every word of that sentence suggests that it would be terrible. But it's actually one of the best goddamn things ever made, and I don't know how they did it. It's just good literature. It's like every little moment, every detail was just skillfully crafted, telling a fantastic story, and visually stunning artwork, and amazing, just killer music from a whole bunch of contributing artists. Like it is a must-watch. I think it had like a 100% Rotten Tomatoes score, if I'm remembering correctly. It was really critically popular, and as soon as I saw it, hey Devil Walks, the first time I saw it, I didn't understand why everybody wasn't talking about it all the time. Like it was just so good. I think a lot of people were turned off because it said League of Legends on it, and I've never played League of Legends. I don't really know anything about it, but the show was amazing. No, member name, vector. Oh, yeah. Gotta do that. And then frame buffer attachment spec does not refer to a value. That's because we didn't include vector. Attachments, because that's a vector type. And yeah, this is all from the same thing. League of Legends, from what I hear, is the textbook definition of stressing yourself out. Never gave it a chance myself. I have never given it a chance. I don't know. Like, I've seen some gameplay of it. It doesn't look like a fun game to me. Like, it's just not the style of game that I'd like to play. And also, there's, a whole bunch of... Like everybody knows about... everybody knows about the toxic... player base, people are just really bad to each other in there, and so I don't think I'm ever gonna play the game, but the TV show was just amazing. When I think of League of Legends, I think of edgelord type kid. Lots of and plus it's one of those fiercely competitive, quote unquote esports games, right? It was games like League of Legends that kind of made esports a term. A term that I'm glad to hear that a lot of companies are no longer trying to use, because they realize that the term esports is not a selling point. Enterprise graphics OpenGL is not found. Oh, because it's an internal now. Okay, cool. So now we've actually graduated from resolving errors inside of the library. Now we're dealing with stuff inside of the editor and the game layers. This is where the new system works. we can actually do include enterprise internal inside of the editor layer, so we can get access to those sweet, juicy, low-level details. But I have to remember to use them by doing this, just changing the folder name to enterprise internal. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Expected unqualified ID. Oh, whoops! I left some bad code in test game. Cool. All right, so everything's built again and everything's running again. I need to change to the editor. That was the launcher application, but the game itself doesn't actually load the scene anymore. So that's why the window is blank. So when we go to play, it'll just throw whatever I had in the game inside of the window. All right, cool. So that was probably the biggest refactor, or the biggest header to break up, was all of this business. So now, instead of having to include graphics.h everywhere, we just include what we need. So we can just include framebuffers.h whenever we need frame buffer things, and so on and so forth. Last couple of details for for the graphics system is any private state that I need to move out of the internal folder. It looks like we've got all of the private state for these systems in the correct locations. What are you complaining about? Cannot open source file GLM. Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, you just compile. I know that you compile. Okay. There's not actually any private state inside of textures, that doesn't look like. So textures is an interesting one because it only has the public stuff. There's no private implementation details for textures, so that's fine. The current evolution of C++ is kind of sad. I kind of understand why Google wants to develop Carbon. Yeah, I think it's perfectly understandable there. The reasoning behind what they're doing. But so many people have tried to do C++ replacements and have failed. I think it'll take a very special company or individual to actually do it correctly. Really, the only one that I'm putting any faith in at all is Jonathan Blow's Jai language. Looks like it's going to be a good replacement. I don't really care too much for Jonathan Blow as a person, but he knows computers very well. Yeah, I'm just going to delete the internals textures.h because it turns out that I don't need to put any members in it. Cool. And then we'll go to CMake lists and remove it. Yeah, I wonder what these weird complaints are about. Cannot open source file framebuffers.h, but you can because you compiled successfully. Enterprise graphics. What is up with you, IntelliSense? Maybe if I quit and reopen, it'll be better. Okay. It just reconfigured again, which it had been doing before, and I guess literally quitting and relaunching caused the IntelliSense to start working better. Okay. But yeah. So all of these files have their public state. We've moved this stuff into modes. That's probably a fine name for it. Okay, and then in graphics.h, in the internal graphics.h, this is where we define the core calls. Is used by the runtime to actually step every system. We can actually move all of these declarations into their respective headers. And then in this file, we would only have init pre-draw, editor play cleanup, and then cleanup. So let's do that. Oh, it's complaining again. What's up with this? Yeah, we're at 3 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, yeah. I think the longest I want to go on most days is 4 hours. I've been cranking hard on this engine for the last couple of weeks. Yeah. If that makes you feel worse. Yeah. Thanks for being here though, for hours. C++ 20 coroutine, quite interesting, but it's not useful until we have a standardized executor. But before that, they need to be async models. So, yeah, coroutines that's a problem that I've actually been thinking about. In this project, in this engine, coroutines are so useful in other languages, and we don't really have them yet. And I don't even have the C++ 20 ones because this project is C++ 17. But yeah, I'm probably going to need to implement some version of coroutines. Maybe not an async model, but at least some fundamental way where you can start something and have it yield back, and then have like a little have a coroutine, have something running off in the background. One model that I've been thinking about has been in Unity. Unity uses a very interesting version of coroutines. They have a coroutine model which is based off of the what's it called? The C++ or C# generators. So a generator is it's essentially like an iterator, but it has a yield statement that will return the next thing, and then you invoke the generator again, and then it gives you the next thing in whatever container. And Unity exploited that to come up with a way for coroutines to quote unquote exist. And basically what happens is that the Unity engine just tracks all coroutine functions, which are just generators, and then it steps each of them itself at a certain point in the core game loop. I may need to have something set up similar to that, because it's just useful in game design to be able to say, okay, let's start a little animation here, and just to ad hoc add a little animation function and ad hoc do those animations. I'll have to think through that a little bit more, but that's kind of a tomorrow Michael problem. But yeah, coroutines are we sorely need a well-developed coroutine solution, and it would be great if it was completely in the language. And that's one of the reasons why C++ is kind of lagging right now. But C# had async for years, an excellent one. Microsoft probably pushed the one coroutine into C++. Yeah, it's possible that there's some implementation details underneath. C# has got a lot of nice support from Microsoft. I just wish it wasn't, managed. Yeah, I don't know why I keep getting these squiggles. Like if I control click, it's also not finding it, but the compiler is finding it. Enterprise graphics framebuffers.h. I wonder if I've missed something in my CMake lists. I've got the engine protected headers added to the source files for the library, so they are both included. They're included as part of the include folder. They're also added as source files. And the include folder is public. So it really shouldn't be confused. Let me delete cache and reconfigure. I don't know what good that'll do, but the fact that IntelliSense hasn't actually figured its shit out for this makes me think that I've forgotten something. Consider updating your compile commands.json or include path. Squiggles are disabled for this translation unit. I don't know. I'll put that on the back burner for now. It's not actually a problem if it is compiling, and if it's not generating a warning from the compiler either. Clean CMake, cache, regenerate again. Yeah, I did just try that. I used the delete cache and reconfigure command, which CMake tools clears out the cache, and yeah, but that didn't seem to matter. And it only seems to be a problem while it's open. Oh wait, hang on. I close it and I go to rebuild and run. Okay, yeah, it seems to only be a problem while the file is open, so it seems like this is a Visual Studio thing and not so much a CMake thing. So I'll put that on the back burner for now. Oh wait, that's weird. No, it is returning. Hang on. I don't even have the file open and it's giving me this warning. Is it a problem with one of the other projects? Well, they seem to be running correctly. Yeah, but it's still giving me that warning about include errors. Consider updating your compile commands.json. I'm actually going to delete compile commands.json and let it regenerate this guy and see if that makes any difference. Okay, Okay, so there's the new compile commands.json. And we still got the warning. Okay, whatever. I'm just not gonna... I gotta move on. Okay. Anyway, graphics.h. Before I got sidetracked, I was going to get these core calls moved into their respective headers. So let's go to shaders.h on the internal, and then we'll add that here. So we'll take the init shaders, the cleanup shaders, and the editor play cleanup shaders, cut it and paste it into here. And then U2 shaders.h's. It seems to be having problems specifically with including the public versions of these files. So like framebuffers.h in the enterprise internal folder, having issues including framebuffers.h inside of the enterprise folder. So maybe it's confused because of the name being the same, even though the paths are different. It's the only thing I can think of. But whatever. Not important right now. Uniform buffers.h on the internal. We will put U and U and U into this file. Okay, yeah, this is actually, it looks like this is going to be a real issue because it seems every single file inside of Enterprise Internal is causing this. cmdoptions.h, are you going to complain? Okay, so cmdoptions.h is not complaining. So that might be the exception. Yeah, I don't get it. Alright, whatever. So that's uniform buffers. Now we need textures. Oh, okay. And actually, I did just get rid of the private header for that. Or the internal header for that. Looks like we will need it after all. Textures.h. Cool. Hey Goku, welcome back. Okay, and then vertex arrays. Cut that, and that, and that, and that. And paste it into here. And then, oh, I missed a textures, textures.h. Missed this one, pre-draw. So you got init, pre-draw, cleanup, or editor play cleanup, and then regular cleanup. Good. And then last one's frame buffers. This guy, this guy, this guy. Oh, I should probably conditionally compile these. No, I don't think I will conditionally compile these. These will be these will only be invoked from the regular editor play cleanup, and I only have this commented out, I only have this conditionally compiled, so that way I don't accidentally call editor play cleanup on a static build without where that's not okay. So that's fine. No, I should conditionally compile these. It's possible now from the editor, now that I've got this whole system set up where I can access the internal headers from the editor, it's possible I might accidentally invoke editor play cleanup underscore frame buffers. Oh wait, no, that's not right. Because the editor will always be dynamic. Thinking this through. The editor will always be dynamic. The only time I need to worry about this being invoked is in a static build, which means building the static library, building the static game project. So I need to worry about this being invoked from somewhere else inside of the engine library besides this. Yeah, this is fine. I don't need to do an additional if def on all of these. Cool. F7. Okay, what error is this? Use when declared identifier init frame buffers. Did you mean pop frame buffer? No, I meant init frame buffers. So there's an inclusion problem somewhere. Oh, the implementation. Yeah, hang on. Inside of here, I forgot to include the relevant systems. In fact, I can actually get rid of almost all of this. And just do enterprise internal graphics, and then do the ones for each of these systems. Enterprise internal / graphics / frame buffers, and then do the same thing for these other headers. Uniform buffers. shaders, textures, vertex arrays. Yeah, that should be it, actually. Frame buffers, uniform buffers, shaders. Yeah, F7. Okay, that built and should run. Good, good, good. Everything is loading up just fine, and so on and so forth. Cool. That's the graphic system pretty much ready to go. So let me commit this, and then I'll move on to the next. Yeah, I don't understand how I made it this whole time without having included string in the hash names, because it wasn't included by either of these headers. And when I checked at the history of this file, oh, that's right. Okay. Hang on. No, that's the entry point. I need... But I think I just remembered what it was. I think that what was happening was I was including core.h inside of this, and I remember that like yesterday the last stream or the stream before that, I had identified a circular dependency there and resolved it. And so when I did that, I must have removed core.h, which one of those headers would have included string.h at some point. So, yep. Good. I'm just reading through all of these files that I've changed to make sure that I've not forgotten something obvious. This is just a little thing, but I always like to have a new line at the end of the document. I wonder if Clink format has an option for that, for enforcing a new line at the end of the document. The idea is that if you go to make a change and you add additional lines to the end of the document, I don't like the fact that it actually would modify the previous final line. Because it has to add a new line character to the end of that line. It's just a little thing. Add a single empty line as the last line in code. Adding the... Okay, this is a VS Code question. How to instruct... It looks like somebody went and added the option to Clang. and then it was never implemented. So I guess it's not actually a clang option. That's too bad. Okay, there's a couple of places where I haven't run cling format, and I thought I had. So let's open up a terminal, and I'm just going to go ahead and run cling format on every single file. Cool. There we go. And yep, the rest of it is a-okay. So let's commit all of these. There's my little plus button. Yeah, the game class needs to change, or the game view needs to change. It's not actually a class. And then we did need to add core to assertions. We did need to add string to hash name. All of this can be committed. We're skipping renderer 2D. This definitely needs to be committed. Right, all of this can be committed. And this much simpler internal graphics.h can be committed. Cool. And then we've added all of these headers, and then we've added internal ones as well, and then we've moved the OpenGL header into the protected headers because we don't ever use it in the game project. Cool. And we got modes and transforms as well, which are new. All right, sweet. Split graphics API into multiple headers. Perfect. We're on a roll. Now, graphics was the super mega long header. The others need to also be refactored. They're not nearly as bad, though. I am at 4 hours. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a stream. Later on today, I probably will continue this refactor business. It's kind of mindless work. And I'll get the other systems besides the graphics system, get them all split off into their own .h and .cpp files, and that should make it a lot easier to, you know, find what's responsible for what, and to only include elements that you care about when you're including details from a system. I'm just going to take a quick glance at what needs to change. Application is as simple as it gets. You just have application quit, and then there's the private stuff that's inside of the internal header. Core is fundamental. Can't be broken down. Events does not really need to be broken down. It's pretty simple. This is just 100 lines of declarations, including the declarations of types and templated types. So this is pretty okay. File has a lot of stuff that can be broken off. So in particular, there are helper classes inside of this that can be moved into their own, can and should be moved into their own things. So in particular, text file reader, text file writer, ini file writer, those should be in their own headers and their own implementation files, so I'll break those out. Input is probably simple as it gets. Hey, Accurate Alex. Yes, this so far we are single-threaded. That's not going to be the way it is forever. That's just the way that it is right now while we're getting things running. Eventually, we'll do things like add a rendering thread, so that way we can just push commands to the rendering thread and have the rendering thread take care of supplying OpenGL calls. Or DirectX calls or whatever we have in the future. And then we'll probably have a thread pool situation set up for specific jobs throughout the thing. Yeah, give me just a second, Alex, and I can show you that. I'm actually just wrapping up this stream. I've been doing a whole bunch of refactoring the last couple of streams, and I'm done for today. But yeah, the entry point, in my case, it's a little complicated. This engine has 6 build targets. There's 2 versions of the engine library. There's a DLL version and there's a static library version. There's the editor application, there's the launcher application, and then there's the standalone test game application. What was the 6th target? Did I have? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was a 6th, and I can't remember what it was. It was editor, engine, launcher, test game. Oh yeah, the test game can be compiled into a module that's consumed by the editor or the launcher. Yeah, so it's a little complicated when you say where's the main function, because there's 6. But for a shipping game, that's going to be in entry point 132 or Mac OS, depending on your build. And that's in engine source application here. First time I saw UE4 entry point launch source, got shocked by the amount of dirty Apache code in there. Yeah, they have a lot of macros wrapping a whole bunch of fundamental things in their case, and I think it would have been better if they just did a separate entry point for each of them. But I don't know. There might be other concerns that I just didn't see, because again, everything was wrapped in macros. It was really hard to parse. But this here, for example, this is entry point win32_lib, meaning that this is the entry point for Windows when you compile statically. So this is the static library. And then basically you just link this into your game project, which compiles into an application, and this is the entry point for that. And I try to keep this really simple. So in this case, I've got WinMain, which is, when you're using the Win32 API, you'll use WinMain instead of regular main. I take the command line options and I parse them and populate the structures inside of my engine so that I can use them later in a hash table lookup. And there's additional API things going on here that are not worth talking about right now. And then we just enter the main loop, which is essentially just do your message pump while the engine says it's running. Please show the window procedure. Are you what's your interested in this, Alex? If you don't mind my asking, are you learning how game engines work? Because I was about to wrap up this stream, and if you want, you can just explore the code on GitHub. I'll throw it in the chat. Yeah, there's a link there for you in the chat. This is a open source engine, so you're welcome to go and explore the game code there. The work that I've been doing for the last couple of streams has not been synchronized yet, and I don't think that it's building on Mac right now. I think that some of the changes I've synchronized up have broken Mac, so I still have to fix those. But the stuff like the entry point, the very fundamental stuff, that should all be there. But yeah, there's a lot to it. It's complicated. It's a game engine. All right. Well, it was good to see all of you. Got some work done today. I'll probably do a little bit more of the refactoring myself later. It's my open engine, simple game engine too. Nice. Thanks. What's up? You too. Yeah, that's interesting. I'll take a look at your game engine accurate. I'm assuming it's accurate Alex, even though it's missing any accurate ALX. But yeah, take it easy, stay safe. Talk to you later.